I dare say when one keeps a house for Mr. Sherlock Holmes, nothing ought to surprise, and yet there was that business with the strawberry preserves, which set my kitchen ledger quite askew that autumn. It began on a Tuesday, as peculiar things at 221B Baker Street often do. Tuesdays bring the coal delivery earlier than most, and Davies, the coal man, has a way of knocking that sends coal dust dancing through the lower hall no matter how I've swept. "Morning, Mrs. Hudson," he called, his voice echoing up from the area steps. "Bitter cold for October, wouldn't you say?" I had the kettle just beginning to sing, and Mr. Holmes's breakfast tray half prepared. The doctor had spent the night, having returned late with Mr. Holmes, from what sounded like a dreadful scramble through Rotherhithe. The mud they'd tracked in told its own tale, though Dr. Watson had been ever so apologetic about it. "Indeed it is, Mr. Davies," I called back, tightening my shawl. "Mind the steps are slippery with the frost. There's a rhythm to a proper house, you understand. The coal arrives, the fires are lit in sequence, the kitchen range first, then the sitting room for the gentlemen, then the bathrooms if it's a bath day, which it wasn't, being Tuesday. Mr. Holmes prefers his bath on Wednesdays and Saturdays, though there are weeks when he forgets entirely, lost in his problems. Well, as I always say, the day runs on coal and common sense, and both were in short supply that morning. I had just arranged the toast soldiers precisely how Mr. Holmes likes them, though he often claims not to notice such things, when I heard it. 3 sharp reports from above, followed by the doctor's exasperated voice. "Holmes, must you? It's not yet 7. The revolver again. I sighed and shifted the breakfast tray slightly to the left, adding an extra pat of butter to compensate for the disruption. The bullet-marked wall in the sitting room, already adorned with what Mr. Holmes proudly called his patriotic VR picked out in bullet holes, would likely sport a new addition. I made a mental note to speak with Mr. Wilkins about plastering again. "Mrs. Hudson," the baritone voice of my most trying and remarkable tenant, resonated down the 17 steps from the sitting room. "When you bring up breakfast, might you also fetch yesterday's Times? I believe I left it by my chemical apparatus." I permitted myself the smallest sigh. "Of course, Mr. Holmes," I called back, knowing full well that "by my chemical apparatus" could mean anywhere within a 6-foot radius of that scarred deal table he insists on using for his experiments. The last time I'd moved his papers, he'd known somehow, claimed the dust had been disturbed in a particular pattern that indicated my hand. As if I wouldn't dust properly. The very idea. The breakfast tray balanced perfectly in my hands. Toast, eggs, rashers, marmalade and tea arranged just so. I made my way up the stairs. I've learned to climb those 17 steps with a fully laden tray without spilling a drop, no matter what explosions or violin screeches might emanate from above. A particular skill that, and one not listed in any advertisement for lodgings. "Good morning, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," I said, entering the sitting room to find it in its usual state of organized chaos, papers everywhere, tobacco scattered from that dreadful Persian slipper Mr. Holmes insists on using, and the chemical equipment threatening to overtake the side table entirely. "Ah, Mrs. Hudson, punctual as ever," Mr. Holmes said, already dressed in his mouse-coloured dressing gown, pacing before the fireplace. His hair stood at odd angles, suggesting he'd either not slept at all, or had only recently risen. "I was just explaining to Watson that the soil composition from the Rotherhithe case clearly indicates—" "Your breakfast, sir," I interrupted gently, setting down the tray on the one clear space on the table. "And the Times is indeed by your chemical apparatus, though I should warn you, there appears to have been some sort of spill on the financial pages." "A controlled experiment, Mrs. Hudson, nothing to concern yourself with," he replied, waving a dismissive hand before seizing a piece of toast. The acid merely revealed a hidden message in the shipping notices, most illuminating. Dr. Watson, already properly dressed and groomed despite the early hour, offered me a sympathetic smile. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. It smells wonderful as always, and may I again apologize for the state of my boots last night." "Think nothing of it, Doctor," I said with genuine warmth. Dr. Watson's consideration always did make the more trying aspects of Mr. Holmes's tenancy easier to bear, though I would mention that carbolic soap works wonders on Thames mud should you find yourselves in Rotherhithe again. As I turned to leave, Mr. Holmes called after me, "Oh, and Mrs. Hudson, we may have a visitor this afternoon, a Mr. Blackwood. If he arrives while we're out, kindly show him to the sitting-room and offer him tea. He has information regarding a missing government clerk." I nodded, making another mental note. Visitors to 221B were as varied as London itself. From ragged street urchins, Mr. Holmes called his irregulars, to government officials in gleaming carriages. I'd learned to read much from their boots, their gloves, and the way they regarded the modest entrance to our lodging-house. It wasn't until I returned to my kitchen that I noticed something was amiss. The pantry door stood ever so slightly ajar, though I was certain I'd closed it properly after retrieving the marmalade for Mr. Holmes's breakfast. A trifling thing, perhaps, but in a well-ordered household such details matter. I approached carefully, more curious than concerned. The latch clicked softly as I pulled the door wider, revealing my neatly arranged shelves of provisions. At first glance nothing seemed disturbed. The flour bin sat in its place, the sugar canister beside it. Tins of tea were arranged by type, spices in their labelled jars, and preserves. Ah, there it was. The strawberry preserves I'd put up in August were missing from their place in the second row. And not just the strawberry, the blackberry jar had been moved, and the jar of pickled onions was now where the damson plum preserves should have been. Someone had been in my pantry, rearranging and, by all appearances, helping themselves to my preserves. It might seem a small thing to you, but when one keeps house for a detective who notices if his tobacco ash has been disturbed by 1/4 of an inch, one develops a keen eye for such disruptions. Besides, I take pride in my preserves. The strawberry had won commendation at the parish fete just last summer. I checked the lock on the pantry door, finding it sound but with the faintest scratch marks around the keyhole. Has someone attempted to pick it? But why go to such trouble for preserves when the silver was kept in the dresser drawer in the dining room? It made no sense. The coal delivery had finished, Davies having deposited his usual load into the cellar bins. I heard the scullery maid, Jenny, coming in through the back door, stamping her feet against the cold. "Jenny," I called, "did you go into the pantry this morning before I came down?" "No, ma'am," she replied, looking startled at the question. "I've only just arrived, and I never go in there without asking, just as you've told me." I believed her. Jenny was a good girl, honest and hard-working, if occasionally prone to daydreaming over the penny dreadfuls she thought I didn't know about. Has anyone else been down to the kitchen? Any deliveries besides the coal? No, ma'am, just Mr. Davies with the coal, and he never comes further than the cellar steps, as you know. Curiouser and curiouser, as that children's book says. I returned to the pantry for a more thorough inspection. Yes, definitely the strawberry preserves were gone, and, now that I looked closer, a jar of honey as well. The pickled onions had merely been moved, not taken, and someone had rearranged my root vegetables in a manner that could only be described as haphazard. I prided myself on maintaining a well-organized household, despite the eccentricities of my primary tenant. Mr. Holmes might keep his tobacco in a Persian slipper and his unanswered correspondence transfixed to the mantelpiece with a jackknife, but my domain remained orderly, practical, and sensible. This intrusion offended my sensibilities almost as much as the theft itself. As I carefully restored order to the pantry shelves, I heard the familiar creak of the sitting-room door above, followed by brisk footsteps. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson were going out, likely in pursuit of whatever case had taken them to Rotherhithe the previous night. The front door closed with a decisive click, and silence descended upon 221B, broken only by the ticking of the hall clock and the distant rattling of a hansom cab on Baker Street. I finished my pantry inventory with growing concern. Beyond the missing preserves and honey, I discovered that several tins had been shifted, though none appeared to be missing. A sack of flour had been disturbed, not enough to be noticeable unless one was looking carefully, but the surface was no longer as smooth as I had left it. Most peculiar of all, a jar of dried beans had been opened, though nothing seemed to have been removed. Who would break into a pantry merely to rearrange items and steal preserves? It made no sense, yet the evidence was clear before me. I resolved to mention it to Mr. Holmes when he returned. Though it seemed a trivial matter compared to his usual cases of international intrigue and murder, the detective had often proclaimed that there was nothing so important as trifles. The morning progressed with its usual duties, linens to be sorted, marketing lists to be prepared, accounts to be balanced. I had just settled at my small desk in the corner of the kitchen to review the coal expenditures, which had risen alarmingly with the early cold snap, when I heard the bell. Setting aside my ledger, with its columns of careful notations, I made my way to the front door. It was too early for Mr. Blackwood, the visitor Mr. Holmes had mentioned, but perhaps it was another client, or a telegram. Instead, I found a delivery boy on the step, cap in hand, his youthful face flushed from the cold. "Delivery for Mr. Holmes," he said, offering a small paper-wrapped package. "I'll see he gets it," I replied, reaching for the parcel. "Begging your pardon, ma'am, but I was told to give it directly into his hands. Most particularly about it, the gentleman was." "Mr. Holmes is out at present," I explained, "but I expect him back shortly. You're welcome to wait in the hall if your instructions were so specific." The boy hesitated, shifting from foot to foot. "I can't wait, ma'am. Other deliveries to make. But the gentleman said it was most urgent that Mr. Holmes get this today." Something about his manner struck me as odd. Most delivery boys I'd encountered were either brash or timid, but this one seemed watchful. His eyes darted past me to the hallway beyond, and he leaned slightly to the left, as if trying to see farther into the house. "Who sent you?" I asked, keeping my tone pleasant but firm. "A gentleman," the boy replied vaguely. Didn't give his name. Paid extra for a quick delivery. I studied the package, small, neatly wrapped in brown paper, with no address or name written upon it. Most irregular for a delivery. I'm afraid I cannot accept it without knowing who sent it, I said decisively. Mr. Holmes receives all manner of strange communications, and I must be careful what I allow into the house. The boy's expression flickered with something, annoyance, concern, before settling back into practised neutrality. As you wish, ma'am. I'll try again when the gentleman is in. He pocketed the package and departed quickly, not looking back. I watched him go, noting that he turned not toward the main thoroughfare where most messenger services operated, but down the quieter residential street that bordered the park. Curious indeed, the incident with the delivery boy, combined with the pantry disturbance, left me with a distinct feeling of unease. Working around Mr. Holmes for years had perhaps made me more attuned to the unusual, more suspicious of coincidences. The missing preserves might be nothing. Perhaps I had used them and forgotten, though that seemed unlikely given my careful household management. The delivery boy might simply have been inexperienced or nervous. Yet as I returned to my accounts, I found myself adding a note in the margin of my ledger. Pantry inventory, strawberry and blackberry, preserves, missing, honey gone, various items disturbed, lock appears tampered with, unusual delivery attempt at 10:15 a.m. The habit of notation was one I'd developed, living with Mr. Holmes. Data, Mrs. Hudson, he'd declared once while I was serving tea during a consultation. One cannot make bricks without clay, and one cannot draw conclusions without data. He'd been speaking to his client, of course, but I had taken the words to heart nonetheless. By midday I had convinced myself that the matter warranted Mr. Holmes's attention, however briefly. It might be nothing, but then again the detective often found significance in matters others dismissed. At the very least he should be warned about the suspicious delivery boy. The afternoon brought a telegram for Mr. Holmes, delivered by a proper messenger this time, who didn't attempt to see further into the house than the entry hall. I placed it on the silver salver on the side table where Mr. Holmes would see it upon his return. It was nearly 4 o'clock when I heard the distinctive tread on the front steps. Mr. Holmes returning, alone this time. Dr. Watson must have gone back to his practice or to visit his wife. The door opened, and Mr. Holmes swept in, bringing with him the scents of tobacco, autumn air, and something chemical that I preferred not to identify. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Hudson," he called, already halfway up the stairs. "Any messages?" "A telegram arrived, Mr. Holmes," I replied, following him to the foot of the stairs. "And there's a matter I'd like to discuss with you when convenient." He paused mid-step, turning to look down at me with those keen grey eyes that seemed to notice everything. "A matter? Is it about the chemical burn on the pantry door?" I blinked in surprise. "No, Mr. Holmes, though I wasn't aware of any such burn. It's about my pantry. Someone has been in it. Items are missing and rearranged. And there was a suspicious delivery boy this morning." To my surprise, instead of dismissing my concerns as trivial, Mr. Holmes's expression sharpened with interest. He descended the steps he'd just climbed and stood before me, suddenly fully attentive. "Show me," he said, simply, and so began our curious case of the locked pantry, a small domestic mystery that would, in time, prove to be connected to matters far beyond missing preserves and honey. But that, my dear, is getting ahead of the story, and Mrs. Hudson always keeps things in their proper order. I led Mr. Holmes down to the kitchen, conscious of how rarely he ventured into my domain. The kitchen at 221B is my province, you understand, just as the chemical-laden sitting room is his. Our territories rarely overlap, which is perhaps why we've managed to coexist so peacefully these many years. The pantry is here, I said, rather unnecessarily, as Mr. Holmes had certainly memorized the layout of the entire house. I noticed it this morning after serving your breakfast. The detective stood on the threshold of my pantry, his keen grey eyes taking in every detail. I watched as his gaze travelled systematically from shelf to shelf, no doubt cataloguing each jar, tin, and sack in that remarkable mind of his. "You maintain an admirably organised pantry, Mrs. Hudson," he said, which I took as high praise indeed. "Tell me precisely what you found amiss." I explained about the missing preserves, strawberry and blackberry, the absent honey, and the various items that had been rearranged. As I spoke, Mr. Holmes crouched down, examining the lower shelves, then stood on tiptoe to inspect the higher ones. He pulled a small magnifying glass from his pocket and bent to study the lock. "Interesting," he murmured. "You were quite right about the lock being tampered with, Mrs. Hudson. These scratch marks are consistent with a rudimentary lock-picking attempt, though hardly the work of a professional. A professional preserve thief would be a new species of criminal altogether," I remarked dryly. Mr. Holmes's lips twitched in what might almost have been a smile. "Indeed. Yet why go to such trouble for preserves? And why rearrange items rather than simply taking what was wanted?" He ran a finger along the edge of the shelf where the strawberry preserves had been. "When did you last take inventory of your pantry?" "Yesterday afternoon," I replied promptly. "I'm quite particular about my stores, Mr. Holmes. I check them daily when preparing marketing lists. So the intrusion occurred either overnight or very early this morning," he mused. "Before you came down to prepare breakfast. It would seem so." Mr. Holmes straightened up, his expression thoughtful. "And the delivery boy, tell me about him." I recounted the incident in detail. The boy's insistence on delivering the package only to Mr. Holmes, his vague answers about who had sent him, and his curious behaviour at the door. "And you say he left in the direction of the park, not toward Marylebone Road?" Mr. Holmes asked sharply. "Yes, which struck me as odd for a messenger. Most come from the main thoroughfare." "Most astute, Mrs. Hudson." Mr. Holmes clasped his hands behind his back, a gesture I recognized as indicating deep thought. "I believe your pantry disturbance may be connected to a matter I'm currently investigating. The timing is suggestive." "Connected to the Rotherhithe case?" I ventured. "No, that was merely a trivial matter involving a missing boat and a smuggling operation. We resolved it last night." He waved a dismissive hand. "This is something altogether different, a matter of some delicacy involving certain government documents." I raised an eyebrow, having learned over the years that a matter of some delicacy usually meant something that would scandalize proper society if it became known. "You mentioned a Mr. Blackwood was expected this afternoon," I prompted. "Yes, a minor government clerk who noticed some irregularities in his department. He was to bring me certain information." Mr. Holmes frowned. "I wonder if our pantry intruder and your suspicious delivery boy might be connected to his case." The kettle on the range began to sing, drawing my attention. Tea is a ritual at 221B, as regular as the coal delivery and twice as necessary for maintaining the peace. I moved to prepare a tray, my hands automatically arranging cup, saucer, and teapot while my mind turned over this curious development. I should like you to take particular care with the security of this pantry going forward, Mrs. Hudson, Mr. Holmes said, watching me prepare the tea. Keep it locked at all times and perhaps consider changing the lock entirely. I would also ask that you make note of anyone who comes to the house, delivery boys, tradesmen, visitors, with particular attention to anyone unfamiliar or behaving oddly. Of course, Mr. Holmes. I placed his cup of tea on the tray. Though I must say this is a great deal of fuss over some preserves and honey. It is not the preserves themselves that interest me, but rather why someone would risk breaking into a private residence to take them. And only them. He accepted the tea with a nod of thanks. There is something larger at work here, Mrs. Hudson. I'm certain of it. He took a sip of tea, his gaze distant. This Mr. Blackwood, when he arrives, bring him directly to me, but first observe him carefully. Note his manner, his appearance, particularly his hands and boots. His hands and boots, I echoed. Yes. The hands often tell us a person's occupation more accurately than their own account, and the boots can reveal where they've been recently. He set down the teacup. Now, I must send a telegram. If Dr. Watson returns before I do, tell him about our pantry mystery. He may find it an amusing addition to his chronicles. And with that, Mr. Holmes was gone, taking the stairs, 2 at a time, in that energetic manner of his, when a case had captured his interest. I heard the front door close moments later, and silence descended once more upon 221B. I returned to the pantry, viewing it now with new eyes. No longer merely my orderly domain, it had become a crime scene of sorts, albeit a peculiar one. Following Mr. Holmes's instructions, I locked it securely, pocketing the key. The afternoon progressed with the usual household tasks. Jenny dusted the sitting room under my supervision, taking care not to disturb Mr. Holmes's papers. The Colemans' muddy tracks were scrubbed from the entryway, and I began preparations for a simple supper. Through it all I found myself listening more attentively than usual for the doorbell, wondering when the mysterious Mr. Blackwood might appear. It was nearly 3:30 when the bell rang. Setting aside the silver I'd been polishing, I made my way to the door, remembering Mr. Holmes's instructions to observe our visitor carefully. The man on the doorstep was of medium height, an unremarkable appearance, the sort one might pass a dozen times on the street without remembering. His coat was well made, but showing signs of wear at the cuffs, his hat of good quality, but last season's style, civil service written all over him, as Mr. Holmes might say. "Good afternoon," he said, his voice as unremarkable as his appearance. "My name is Blackwood. I believe Mr. Holmes is expecting me." I studied him as I invited him in, noting the ink stains on his right fingers, a clerk indeed, and the distinctive reddish mud on his boots that I recognized from St. James's Park. His hands were clean but for the ink, with neatly trimmed nails, a man who took care with his appearance despite limited means. "Mr. Holmes has stepped out briefly, but is expected back shortly," I informed him, taking his hat and coat. "He asked that you wait in the sitting room. May I bring you some tea while you wait?" "That would be most kind, Mrs. Hudson. I am the landlady." "Ah, yes, Mrs. Hudson." His eyes darted around the entryway, taking in details much as Mr. Holmes had done in my pantry. Something about his gaze seemed practised, deliberate. I showed him upstairs to the sitting room, noting how he paused to examine the 17 steps, as if counting them. Once in the sitting room, he gravitated immediately to the window overlooking Baker Street, positioning himself so he could observe the street below without being easily seen from outside. "Make yourself comfortable, Mr. Blackwood," I said, though he seemed disinclined to do so. "I'll bring up some tea." As I turned to leave, he spoke again. "Mrs. Hudson, how long have you kept this house?" The question seemed innocent enough, yet something in his tone gave me pause. "Nearly 15 years now," I replied. "Mr. Holmes has been my tenant for much of that time." "And the house? It backs onto a mews, does it not?" Now that was an odd question from a supposed client. Why would the layout of the house matter to his case? "It does," I confirmed, keeping my expression neutral. "Though the news entrance is rarely used except for coal and larger deliveries." "I see." He nodded as if I'd confirmed something significant. "And your kitchen? It's below stairs, I presume." "As in most London houses," I replied, allowing a touch of coolness to enter my voice. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll fetch that tea." I descended to the kitchen, my mind working over the strange questions. They seemed more suited to someone planning a burglary than a government clerk consulting a detective. Combined with the pantry incident, my suspicions were thoroughly aroused. The tea tray I prepared was my best, the Wedgwood china and silver teapot reserved for important clients. As I arranged everything, I heard the front door open and close, followed by Mr. Holmes's distinctive tread on the stairs. Good timing, as always. By the time I carried the tray upstairs, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Blackwood were deep in conversation, their heads bent together over some papers spread on the desk. They broke off as I entered. "Ah, Mrs. Hudson, excellent," Mr. Holmes said, clearing a space on the cluttered table for the tray. "Mr. Blackwood and I were just discussing some curious discrepancies in government record-keeping." "Indeed," Mr. Blackwood murmured, watching as I poured the tea. His gaze seemed to linger on my hands, particularly the key-ring attached to my belt, where the pantry key now hung alongside my other household keys. "Will that be all, Mr. Holmes?" I asked, having served the tea. "For now, yes, thank you, Mrs. Hudson." Mr. Holmes gave me a significant look that I understood perfectly. He wanted me to leave them to their confidential discussion, but expected a full account of my observations later. As I closed the sitting-room door behind me, I heard Mr. Blackwood's voice, pitched low, but not quite low enough. "You're certain your landlady is trustworthy? This matter requires the utmost discretion." Mr. Holmes's reply was immediate and firm. "Mrs. Hudson's discretion is beyond question, I assure you. Now, about these missing documents." The door cut off the rest of his response. I allowed myself a small smile of satisfaction as I descended the stairs. Mr. Holmes might be a trying tenant in many ways, but he had always shown me proper respect, and I appreciated that more than he likely knew. The afternoon wore on, punctuated by the familiar sounds of 221B, the occasional raised voice from the sitting-room, the creak of floorboards as the gentleman moved about, the distant rattle of hansoms on Baker Street. I went about my duties, keeping one ear attuned to the proceedings above. It was nearly 5 o'clock when I heard the sitting-room door open and footsteps on the stairs. Mr. Holmes was showing Mr. Blackwood out, their conversation muted, but the tone suggesting some agreement had been reached. "I shall expect to hear from you tomorrow, then," Mr. Holmes was saying as they reached the entryway. "Yes, though I fear it may be difficult to obtain the information you require without arousing suspicion," Mr. Blackwood replied, accepting his hat and coat from Mr. Holmes. "The department is already on alert after the first disappearance. Nevertheless, it must be done. The implications if those documents have fallen into the wrong hands—" Mr. Holmes let the sentence hang unfinished, his expression grave. As Mr. Blackwood prepared to leave, his gaze fell on me, where I stood at the entrance to the back stairs. For a brief moment our eyes met, and I saw something calculating in his that made me profoundly uneasy. "Good day, Mrs. Hudson," he said, with a nod that was just shy of polite. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Good day, Mr. Blackwood," I replied evenly, keeping my doubts to myself until the door closed behind him. Mr. Holmes remained in the entryway, watching through the window until Mr. Blackwood had disappeared from view. Then he turned to me, his expression alert and engaged, in that particular way that told me a case had fully captured his interest. "Well, Mrs. Hudson, what did you make of our Mr. Blackwood?" I considered my words carefully. His hands show he's a clerk as claimed, with ink stains on the right fingers. His boots had mud from St. James's Park. But he asked peculiar questions about the house, the mews entrance, the location of the kitchen, and he seemed very interested in my keys. Mr. Holmes's eyebrows rose. "Did he indeed? Most interesting. And your impression of him, setting aside these specific observations?" "He's not what he appears to be," I stated firmly. "There's something rehearsed about him. And he's too interested in the house for a man supposedly concerned with missing government documents." Mr. Holmes's eyes gleamed with approval. "Your instincts serve you well, Mrs. Hudson. Mr. Blackwood is indeed not entirely what he claims to be, though I believe his concern about the missing documents is genuine enough." "Then who is he?" "That remains to be seen. But I suspect we've not heard the last of our curious Mr. Blackwood, nor, I fear, of intrusions into your pantry." As if on cue, the front doorbell rang again. Mr. Holmes motioned for me to remain where I was while he answered it himself, an unusual precaution that spoke volumes about his concern. On the doorstep stood Dr. Watson, his medical bag in hand, and a look of mild surprise on his face when Mr. Holmes opened the door rather than myself. "Holmes, is something amiss?" he asked as he stepped inside. "Not at all, Watson, though we do have an intriguing new case, one that began of all places in Mrs. Hudson's pantry." Dr. Watson's kind face creased with confusion as he looked between us. "The pantry? Really, Holmes, you must explain." "And so I shall. But first, Mrs. Hudson, would you be so good as to check your pantry again? I'm curious to know if anything has changed since this morning." The hint of urgency in his voice propelled me toward the kitchen without delay. I unlocked the pantry door, almost expecting to find it disturbed again, but everything appeared just as I had left it after Mr. Holmes's inspection. The remaining preserves stood in their places, the flour and sugar were undisturbed, and all seemed in order. I was about to close the door when something caught my eye, a faint dusting of some white powder on the floor just inside the threshold. Bending closer, I saw it wasn't flour or sugar, but something crystalline that sparkled slightly in the lamplight. I touched it cautiously with my fingertip, finding it gritty, but not recognizable as any common kitchen substance. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson joined me in the kitchen, the detective explaining the morning's events as they descended the stairs. "Did you find anything amiss?" Mr. Holmes asked as they entered. "The pantry appears unchanged," I reported, "except for this." I pointed to the white powder on the floor. "It wasn't there this morning, I'm certain of it." Mr. Holmes crouched immediately, examining the substance with his magnifying glass. "Most interesting," he murmured. "Watson, what would you make of this?" Dr. Watson bent to look, then shook his head. "Some sort of mineral salt, perhaps? It's not a medical compound I recognize." "No, nor would you. It's a fairly uncommon chemical, primarily used in certain industrial processes and occasionally photography." Mr. Holmes straightened up, brushing off his knees. "The question is, how did it come to be on Mrs. Hudson's pantry floor when the door has been locked all day?" "Could it have fallen from one of the shelves?" I suggested. "Unlikely, given its position and the fact that you keep no such chemicals in your kitchen, Mrs. Hudson." Mr. Holmes ran a finger along the doorframe. "No, I believe someone has tested the security of this door very recently, perhaps even during my meeting with Mr. Blackwood." "But that's impossible," I protested. "I've had the key with me the entire time, and there's been no one in the house except us and Mr. Blackwood, who was with you in the sitting room. And yet, evidence suggests otherwise." Mr. Holmes's expression was grave. "Watson, I believe we may need to maintain a watch on Mrs. Hudson's pantry. This case grows more curious by the hour." "Surely you don't think someone would break in again for keeps?" Dr. Watson asked, looking perplexed. "It was never about the preserves, Watson," Mr. Holmes replied. "Mrs. Hudson's pantry, I believe, is merely a means to an end, though what that end might be I have yet to determine." He turned to me, his expression serious. "Mrs. Hudson, I must ask for your cooperation in a matter that may seem strange. I would like you to carry on as normal, maintaining your usual household routine, but with one difference. I want you to leave the pantry unlocked tonight." "Unlocked?" I echoed, startled by the request. "Yes, Watson and I will take turns watching it. If our mysterious visitor returns, we shall be ready for them." "And if they take more of my preserves?" I asked, only half in jest. Mr. Holmes's lips quivered in that almost smile of his. "Then I shall personally replace them from Fortnum and Mason, Mrs. Hudson. You have my word." And so it was agreed. The pantry would be left unlocked, and 221B Baker Street would become the setting for a midnight vigil, all because of some missing preserves and a suspicious dusting of chemical powder. As I prepared a simple supper for Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, I could not help but wonder what strange developments the night might bring. Well, as I always say, expect the unexpected when you keep house for Mr. Sherlock Holmes. And on that particular evening, with the gas lamps lit against the gathering darkness, and the sound of Mr. Holmes's violin drifting down from above, the unexpected seemed poised to arrive at any moment. Morning arrived at Baker Street, with a pewter sky threatening rain, and the distinct smell of Mr. Holmes's shag tobacco drifting down the stairwell. I had risen early, as is my custom, to find both gentlemen still awake in the sitting room, Mr. Holmes pacing by the windows, in deep thought, and Dr. Watson dozing in his armchair, medical journal open on his lap. Their night watch had yielded nothing, it seemed. The pantry remained undisturbed, its contents exactly as they had been the evening before. Even the mysterious white powder appeared unchanged. "Nothing at all, Mr. Holmes?" I asked, setting down the breakfast tray I'd brought up. The detective had the dishevelled look of a man who had not slept, though this was hardly unusual during his cases. "Not a sound nor shadow," he replied, stretching his long limbs before taking his place at the table. "Yet I remain convinced our mysterious visitor will return. They want something specific, Mrs. Hudson, something they believe is in your pantry, or will be." "Will it be?" I echoed, pouring his tea just as he preferred it. "Indeed." Mr. Holmes took a piece of toast and began applying butter with scientific precision. "Tell me, is today not your regular marketing day?" "It is," I confirmed, somewhat surprised that he had tracked such a mundane detail of household management. "Tuesday and Friday mornings, weather permitting." "Excellent." He nodded as if I had confirmed some private theory. "I should like you to proceed as normal with your marketing, Mrs. Hudson, but with one small addition to your routine." Dr. Watson stirred in his chair, blinking awake. "Holmes, did something happen?" "Not yet, my dear Watson, but the day is young." Mr. Holmes turned back to me. "Mrs. Hudson, I would like you to make a point of mentioning your pantry disturbance to your grocer, and perhaps one or two other shopkeepers you regularly patronize. Express concern. Ask if they've heard of similar occurrences. I'm curious what you might learn." I raised an eyebrow at this unusual request. "You believe there have been other pantries broken into, Mr. Holmes?" "It's a working theory. The method suggests a pattern rather than an isolated incident." He took a sip of tea. "And while you're at the shops, I shall be making inquiries of my own. Watson, you'll accompany me to the government offices, I think." Dr. Watson nodded, helping himself to breakfast, with the hearty appetite of a man who had missed his dinner in favour of surveillance duty. "Do you think this business is connected to Blackwood's missing documents, then?" "I'm certain of it, though the precise nature of the connection remains elusive." Mr. Holmes's gaze drifted to the window, where the first drops of rain had begun to patter against the glass. "Mrs. Hudson's pantry is a piece of a larger puzzle, one that stretches from Whitehall to Baker Street and perhaps beyond." I left them to their planning and returned to the kitchen to prepare for my marketing excursion. The rain had settled into a steady drizzle by the time I donned my coat and took up my market basket and umbrella. As I was checking my shopping list one final time, Mr. Holmes appeared at the kitchen doorway. "One more thing, Mrs. Hudson," he said, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. "Should anyone take particular interest in your marketing today, or should you notice anyone following you, pray do not alert them to your awareness. Simply make note of their appearance and continue with your business." "You believe I might be followed?" I asked, startled by the suggestion. "It's merely a precaution," he assured me, though his expression suggested otherwise. "Oh, and you might inquire specifically about any unusual purchases of honey or preserves in the neighbourhood. That detail may prove significant." With these unsettling instructions, I set out into the damp London morning, my market basket over one arm, and my umbrella held firmly against the strengthening rain. The streets of Marylebone were quieter than usual, the weather having discouraged all but the most determined pedestrians. Hansom cabs clattered by, their passengers hidden behind rain-streaked windows, and the occasional delivery boy on a bicycle navigated the slick cobblestones with practised care. I made my way to Barton's grocery first, as was my custom. Mr. Barton, a ruddy-faced man with impressive side whiskers, greeted me with his usual good cheer. "Mrs. Hudson, brave of you to venture out in this weather. What can I get for you today?" I consulted my list, ordering flour, sugar, and dried beans to replace what had been disturbed in my pantry. As Mr. Barton measured and packaged these items, I casually mentioned the break-in. "The strangest thing, Mr. Barton. Someone got into my pantry and took preserves and honey, of all things. Rearranged everything else, but only took those specific items." Mr. Barton's hands paused in their work, his expression shifting from jovial to concerned. "Now that's peculiar, Mrs. Hudson, and rather concerning too, I must say." "Indeed," I agreed. "I was wondering if you'd heard of anything similar happening in the neighbourhood? Any other unusual pantry disturbances or thefts of preserves?" He stroked his side whiskers thoughtfully. "Can't say as I have, specifically about preserves. Though—" He leaned forward, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Mrs. Wentworth, you know, from Dorset Street. She mentioned something odd last week. Said her store cupboard had been disturbed, though nothing valuable was taken. Just some honey and a jar of pickled onions, she said. Thought it might have been her new maid, but the girl denied it most strenuously." "Pickled onions and honey," I repeated, remembering how my own pickled onions had been moved, but not taken. "Did she report it?" "To the police? No, it hardly seemed worth it. But she did sack the poor maid, which seems a bit harsh for pickled onions, if you ask me." He finished wrapping my purchases. "Come to think of it, old Mrs. Finch from the boarding house on Crawford Street mentioned something similar, though in her case it was honey and something else. Can't recall what exactly." This was most interesting indeed. "And do Mrs. Wentworth and Mrs. Finch use the same delivery services as I do you know?" Mr. Barton considered this. "Davies for coals, certainly, and I believe they both get milk from Parker's Dairy, same as most of us in this part of Marylebone." I thanked Mr. Barton for the information and moved on to my next stop, the butcher's shop. As I waited for my order, I glanced casually about the street, wondering if I was indeed being observed as Mr. Holmes had suggested. Nothing seemed amiss, just the usual flow of Londoners going about their business in the rain. Yet I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. At the butcher's, I repeated my casual inquiry about pantry disturbances. Mr. Harris, the butcher, had nothing to add, but his assistant, a sharp-eyed young man named Tom, spoke up. "Begging your pardon, ma'am, but I heard something like that from my cousin, who works at the Mews, behind Chester Terrace. One of the houses there had their storeroom broken into, took nothing but food preserves, left the silver untouched. Most peculiar, they thought." "Chester Terrace," I mused. "That's quite a distance from Baker Street." "Yes, right by Regent's Park." Tom wrapped my purchase in paper. "My cousin said they blamed it on vagrants, but what sort of vagrant takes preserves and leaves silver candlesticks?" What sort indeed? I thanked Tom for his information and continued my marketing, making similar inquiries at each stop. By the time I had visited the greengrocer, the fishmonger, and the bakery, I had collected reports of at least 5 similar incidents across Marylebone and into Regent's Park, all involving break-ins where only preserves, honey, or pickled items were taken. As I started back toward Baker Street, my basket considerably heavier, the rain finally began to ease. The clouds remained, however, casting the city in a greyish light that made even familiar streets seem somehow altered. I was turning the corner onto Baker Street when I noticed a man leaning against the wall of the tobacconist's shop, casually smoking a cigarette. There was nothing particularly unusual about him. Middle-aged, reasonably well-dressed, with a bowler hat pulled low against the damp, but something in his posture caught my attention. He seemed too deliberately casual, his gaze too carefully averted as I passed. Following Mr. Holmes' advice, I gave no sign of noticing him and continued. On my way, though I was acutely aware of movement behind me, as he straightened and began walking in the same direction, I maintained a steady pace, neither hurrying nor dawdling, as I approached 221B. The key was already in my hand when I reached the door, allowing me to enter quickly. Once inside, I set down my basket and moved to the window, peering carefully through the curtain. The man had stopped on the opposite side of the street, apparently absorbed in examining the display in the bookshop window, though his position afforded him a clear view of our door. "Well, well," came Mr. Holmes's voice from behind me, causing me to start slightly. I hadn't heard him descend the stairs. "It seems you've acquired a shadow, Mrs. Hudson." "Yes, I believe I have," I replied, stepping back from the window. "A man in a bowler hat. He's across the street now, pretending to look at books." Mr. Holmes joined me at the window, careful to remain concealed behind the curtain. "Ah, yes, one of Blackwood's associates, unless I miss my guess. Not particularly skilled at surveillance, is he?" "You were expecting this?" I asked. "I considered it probable." He turned from the window. "Now, tell me what you learned on your marketing expedition. Were there other Pantry incidents?" I reported all I had gathered, the similar break-ins at Mrs. Wentworth's, Mrs. Finch's, and the house on Chester Terrace, all targeting preserves and honey while leaving valuables untouched. Mr. Holmes listened with keen attention, occasionally nodding as if I was confirming his suspicions. "Excellent work, Mrs. Hudson," he said when I had finished. "You have a natural talent for investigation. People share information with you readily. People talk to their shopkeepers and landladies, Mr. Holmes. We're part of the furniture of their lives, present but rarely noticed." A flicker of amusement crossed his face. "A perceptive observation being overlooked can be a tremendous advantage in gathering information." He gestured toward the kitchen. "Let us continue this discussion away from windows. I'm curious about your other findings." As I unpacked my basket in the kitchen, I told Mr. Holmes about the connection between the affected households. All use Davies for coal delivery and Parker's for milk. Most households in Marylebone use those services, I added. They're the largest providers in the area. Nevertheless, it's a common factor worth exploring. Mr. Holmes watched as I arranged items on the kitchen table. "Watson and I visited Whitehall this morning. The missing documents Blackwood spoke of are more significant than he initially suggested. Diplomatic communications of a sensitive nature. Potentially embarrassing to certain foreign powers if made public." "And you believe these documents are connected to my missing preserves?" I asked, finding the link difficult to imagine. "The timing is suggestive," Mr. Holmes replied. "The first document disappeared 3 days before your first pantry disturbance. The second, just yesterday, the same day your pantry was examined again." He began to pace the small space of my kitchen, his hands clasped behind his back. "Tell me, Mrs. Hudson, have you accepted any unusual deliveries recently? Anything out of the ordinary?" I thought for a moment. Nothing beyond the usual. Coal, milk, groceries. Though Davies did mention the coal was from a different merchant than usual last week. Something about supply problems at the regular colliery. Mr. Holmes stopped pacing abruptly. Different coal? That's most interesting. He turned to me with sudden intensity. Where is yesterday's delivery stored? In the cellar bin, as always, I replied. Though it hasn't been used yet. I still had enough from the previous delivery for this morning's fires. Show me, he said simply. I led Mr. Holmes down to the cellar, a space I knew he had rarely, if ever, visited. The coal was stored in large bins against the far wall, away from the damp that tended to seep through the old foundation during heavy rains. Mr. Holmes approached the newest coal delivery, removing his magnifying glass from his pocket. He examined the coal carefully, then straightened with a satisfied expression. Just as I suspected, he murmured. Mrs. Hudson, I believe we have found our connection. The coal, or rather, something hidden within it, is the key to this mystery. Hidden in the coal, I echoed incredulously. But what could possibly... I was interrupted by the sound of the front door opening above us, followed by Dr. Watson's familiar tread in the hallway. Holmes, he called. Are you here? I've learned something rather alarming about our friend Blackwood. Down here, Watson. Mr. Holmes called back. In the cellar, and bring the gasogene from my chemical table, if you would, the small one with the brass fittings. Dr. Watson appeared a few minutes later, carefully carrying the apparatus in question, a contraption Mr. Holmes used for some of his chemical experiments, consisting of 2 glass chambers connected by a valve. What on earth are you doing in the cellar, Holmes? Dr. Watson asked, looking around with evident surprise. And why do you need the gasogene? A simple test, Watson, Mr. Holmes replied, taking the apparatus. Mrs. Hudson has just provided us with a vital clue. It seems our missing diplomatic documents may have been travelling through London in a most ingenious disguise, as ordinary coal. Dr. Watson looked as confused as I felt. Coal? But how? All in good time, my friend. Mr. Holmes turned to me. Mrs. Hudson, I'm afraid your coal bin is about to become the centre of our investigation, and I suspect your pantry disturbances were merely attempts to locate something that had been mistakenly delivered elsewhere, something hidden not in preserves, but in plain sight, among the ordinary necessities of a London household. The implications of this were beginning to dawn on me. You mean to say someone has been breaking into pantries looking for these missing documents, believing they might have been hidden in jars of preserves? Precisely, Mr. Holmes confirmed. And when they didn't find what they sought in your pantry, they began to consider other possibilities, including your coal delivery. He bent over the coal again, carefully selecting several pieces. The game grows more interesting by the hour, Mrs. Hudson, and I fear your peaceful household routine may be disrupted for a while longer before this case is resolved. As I watched Mr. Holmes examining those ordinary lumps of coal with such intense focus, I couldn't help but reflect on the strange turns life takes when one keeps house for the world's only consulting detective. What had begun as a simple matter of missing preserves had somehow expanded to encompass international diplomacy, covert surveillance, and now apparently the transformation of coal into something far more valuable. Well, as I always say, a good landlady adapts to circumstances, no matter how peculiar they might be, and circumstances at 221B Baker Street had just taken their most peculiar turn yet. The The remainder of that afternoon was unlike any I had experienced in my years at Baker Street. My cellar, ordinarily the most mundane part of the house, became a hive of activity as Mr. Holmes transformed it into an impromptu laboratory. He sent the page boy, Billy, running to his rooms for various chemical supplies and instruments, turning my tidy coal bin area into something resembling the chaotic work table in his sitting room. "I do hope this won't leave permanent stains, Mr. Holmes," I remarked, watching as he arranged bottles of chemicals on an old crate. "I shall endeavour to maintain the highest standards of cleanliness, Mrs. Hudson," he replied, though his attention was clearly focused on the coal rather than my concerns about the cellar floor. "Watson, the iodine solution, if you please." Dr. Watson handed him a small bottle of amber liquid, which Mr. Holmes applied to several pieces of coal with a dropper. Nothing visible happened, but the detective nodded as if this confirmed something. "Just as I suspected," he murmured. "Now for the final test." He turned to me. "Mrs. Hudson, might I trouble you for a basin of hot water?" I fetched the requested basin, and Mr. Holmes carefully placed one of the larger pieces of coal into it. For several minutes nothing seemed to happen. Then gradually I noticed the water darkening, not with coal dust as one might expect, but with what appeared to be some kind of dark ink. "There we have it," Mr. Holmes declared, triumphantly. "Watson, do you see?" Dr. Watson peered into the basin, his expression shifting from confusion to understanding. "Good Lord, Holmes, is that—" "Indeed it is, my friend." Mr. Holmes carefully lifted the lump of coal, which now appeared to have a thin outer shell with something different inside. As he broke it open, I could see it wasn't coal at all, but a cleverly disguised hollow container. "It's a cast," Mr. Holmes explained, noting my bewildered expression. "Made to look exactly like coal, but designed to hold something quite different. In this case, what appears to be a waterproof packet." He extracted a small oilskin package from the false coal, handling it with great care. The packet was sealed tightly, about the size of a playing card. "The missing document?" Dr. Watson asked. "One of them, I believe," Mr. Holmes replied. "Ingeniously transported. Who would give a second glance to a coal delivery? The documents could pass through London hidden in plain sight, indistinguishable from the thousands of tons of coal delivered to homes and businesses daily." "But why my coal?" I asked, still struggling to understand how my ordinary household had become entangled in what was evidently an affair of international importance. "Not intentionally yours, Mrs. Hudson," Mr. Holmes assured me. "A mistake in delivery, I suspect. The coal containing these packages was meant for another address, but Davies inadvertently included some in your delivery." "And the pantry break-ins?" I prompted. "An attempt to locate the misplaced items by those who knew of the smuggling method. They likely assumed any unusual packages might have been discovered during household cleaning and placed elsewhere for safekeeping, such as a locked pantry." Dr. Watson shook his head in amazement. "But how did they know the documents were at Baker Street at all?" "They didn't, not initially," Mr. Holmes replied. "They've been searching multiple houses in the area, as Mrs. Hudson discovered during her marketing inquiries. All houses that received coal from the same source." He carefully wrapped the oilskin package in his handkerchief and pocketed it. "This is merely the first step, however. We must locate the remaining packages and determine who is behind this smuggling operation." I found myself rather unexpectedly drawn into the investigation when Mr. Holmes turned to me. "Mrs. Hudson, I need your assistance in a rather delicate matter." "My assistance, Mr. Holmes?" I echoed, surprised. "Indeed, you have already proven your observational skills and discretion. What I require now is your knowledge of household management." His grey eyes were intent. "Tell me, how much coal do you typically use in a week during this season?" I considered the question. With the weather turning colder, about 3 scuttles a day for the main rooms, plus what's needed for hot water and cooking. Davies delivers twice weekly, Tuesdays and Fridays. "And you maintain records of this consumption, do you not? In your household accounts?" "Of course," I replied, slightly affronted that he would think otherwise. "I keep precise records of all household expenditures." "Excellent. I would like to review those records, if I may, particularly noting any discrepancies in coal usage or delivery amounts over the past month." This request, while unusual, seemed reasonable enough under the circumstances. I led the gentleman back upstairs to my small sitting room, where I kept my household ledgers in a neat row on the shelf beside my desk. The most recent volume was bound in green leather, its pages filled with my careful notations of every penny spent on the running of 221B Baker Street. Mr. Holmes took the ledger with a nod of thanks and began to study the coal entries with intense focus, occasionally murmuring to himself or pointing something out to Dr. Watson. I busied myself preparing tea, as the hour had grown late and the cellar investigations had left us all in need of refreshment. "Mrs. Hudson," Mr. Holmes called suddenly, "these entries for the 17th and 23rd of last month. You've noted an increased coal usage, but no explanation." I paused in my tea preparations, thinking back. "Ah, yes, those were particularly cold days, as I recall. I had fires lit in additional rooms. And this notation on the 28th. He indicated another entry where I had marked an asterisk beside the coal record. "The delivery was larger than usual," I explained. "Davies said he was giving me extra because of the expected cold snap. I thought it somewhat unusual at the time, as he normally delivers the same amount regardless of weather forecasts." "Most illuminating," Mr. Holmes murmured, turning back to the ledger. "And this helps confirm my theory. The smuggling operation has been ongoing for at least 3 weeks, corresponding precisely with the period when our diplomatic communications began to show evidence of interception." Dr. Watson leaned forward, his interest piqued. "But what of Blackwood? How does he fit into this scheme?" "That," said Mr. Holmes, "remains to be determined, though I suspect our Mr. Blackwood is not precisely who he claims to be." The sound of the front doorbell interrupted our discussion. Given the revelations of the day, I approached the door with more caution than usual, peering through the small side window before opening it. On the step stood a group of ragged children, Mr. Holmes's irregulars, as he called them, led by a sharp-faced boy I recognized as Wiggins. "Afternoon, Mrs. Hudson," Wiggins said, removing his cap with surprising politeness. "Mr. Holmes in?" "He is indeed," I replied, stepping aside to let them enter. "Though I must ask you to wipe your feet thoroughly before proceeding upstairs. The hall was just cleaned this morning." They made a valiant, if only partially successful attempt to remove the London mud from their boots, leaving a trail of damp footprints as they clattered up the stairs. Mr. Holmes met them in the hallway, having heard their arrival. "Wiggins, excellent timing. "What news?" "We've been watching that bloke like you said, Mr. Ulmers," Wiggins reported proudly. "The one with the fancy walking stick and the officers near the park." "And," Mr. Holmes prompted, "he's been meeting with a coal merchant just like you thought. Big fellow named Barker, who runs the yards by the canal. They met twice today, once at the Criterion for lunch, then again at an office in the Strand." Mr. Holmes nodded, clearly pleased with this information. "Well done, Wiggins. And the other matter? The house on Dorset Street?" "All quiet there, sir. No one's come or gone since morning, except the maid and the butcher's boy." "Very good." Mr. Holmes extracted some coins from his pocket and distributed them among the children. "Continue your surveillance. I want to know immediately if either the coal merchant or our friend with the walking stick makes any unusual movements." The irregulars departed as noisily as they had arrived, leaving fresh mud in their wake. I sighed inwardly, knowing the hall would need another cleaning, but held my peace. Mr. Holmes's methods, unorthodox as they might be, were effective. "Holmes," Dr. Watson said once we were alone again, "surely we should take this evidence to the authorities. If diplomatic documents are being smuggled—" "Not yet, Watson," Mr. Holmes interrupted. "We have one packet, yes, but not the complete picture, and we don't yet know who is orchestrating this operation, nor their ultimate purpose." He turned to me. "Mrs. Hudson, I must impose upon your hospitality once more. I believe another attempt may be made to access your coal supply tonight. With your permission, Watson and I would like to maintain a watch." "Of course, Mr. Holmes," I replied, though the thought of more intruders was unsettling. "But surely they won't try again knowing the house is occupied?" "On the contrary, the increasing urgency of their searches suggests they are under considerable pressure to recover these documents. They may become more bold, not less." He glanced toward the window, where evening shadows were lengthening. "I suggest you proceed with your normal evening routine to all appearances. Light the usual lamps, prepare supper as usual. Let nothing appear out of the ordinary." As I went about my evening duties, I found myself paying far more attention to the familiar sounds of Baker Street than usual. Every passing hansom, every footstep on the pavement seemed potentially significant. I prepared a simple supper for the gentlemen, a chicken pie with winter vegetables, followed by a bread pudding, which they consumed with their usual appreciation, though Mr. Holmes ate sparingly, his mind clearly occupied with the case. Night fell, and I retired to my rooms as usual, though sleep seemed unlikely given the circumstances. Mr. Holmes had positioned himself in the darkened kitchen with a clear view of both the cellar door and the area steps, while Dr. Watson maintained a watch from the sitting-room above, able to observe the street. I sat in my armchair with my knitting, though I made little progress, my ears straining for any unusual sounds. The clock on my mantel had just chimed 11 when I heard it, a faint scraping noise from the direction of the area steps, so soft it might have been mist, had I not been listening intently. Setting aside my knitting, I moved quietly to my door, which opened onto the back hall near the kitchen. Through the crack, I could see Mr. Holmes's silhouette, motionless in the shadows, clearly having heard the same sound. He made a small gesture indicating I should remain where I was. The scraping came again, followed by a soft click that I recognized as the area door latch being carefully manipulated. Someone was indeed attempting to enter via the kitchen entrance. I held my breath, my heart beating faster than I would care to admit. Minutes passed in tense silence. Then came the unmistakable sound of the area door opening, followed by the softest of footfalls on the kitchen stairs. Mr. Holmes remained perfectly still, a darker shadow among the kitchen's nighttime gloom. A figure appeared in the doorway, tall, moving with the cautious grace of someone accustomed to clandestine activities. They paused on the threshold, allowing their eyes to adjust to the darkness. I could make out little of their appearance beyond a long coat, and what appeared to be a cap pulled low. The intruder moved toward the cellar door, apparently confident the house was asleep. As they reached for the handle, Mr. Holmes struck a match, the sudden flare of light startling in the darkness. "Good evening," he said calmly, lighting the kitchen lamp. "I believe you'll find the coal bin has already been thoroughly examined." The intruder froze for an instant, then made a dash for the area steps. They might have escaped had Dr. Watson not appeared at that precise moment, blocking the exit. "I think not," Dr. Watson said firmly, his service revolver held steadily in one hand. Trapped between the two men, the intruder straightened, removing the cap to reveal, to my considerable surprise, a woman's face framed by dark hair pinned severely back. "Mr. Holmes," she said, her voice cultured but with a slight accent I couldn't immediately place, "I should have known you would be involved." "Indeed you should," Mr. Holmes replied, seeming not at all surprised by the intruder's gender. "Though I confess I expected your employer rather than his assistant. Tell me, Miss Adler, or should I say Miss Keller, as you're calling yourself these days, how long have you been using coal deliveries to transport sensitive documents?" The woman, Miss Keller, gave a small, resigned smile. "Clearly long enough for you to unravel the method. I suppose you've already found one of the packages." "I have," Mr. Holmes confirmed, "though I suspect there are others still hidden among Mrs. Hudson's coal supply. Documents that would be most embarrassing to certain parties if they came to light. You have no idea of the full scope of this matter, Mr. Holmes," Miss Keller replied, her composure remarkable given the circumstances. "This extends far beyond a simple case of diplomatic espionage." "Then perhaps," Mr. Holmes suggested, gesturing to a kitchen chair, "you should enlighten us." As the intruder reluctantly took a seat, and Mr. Holmes prepared to question her, I could not help but marvel at the strange turn of events that had transformed my orderly household into the setting for international intrigue. From missing preserves to diplomatic secrets hidden in coal, who could have imagined such a progression? Well, as I always say, expect the unexpected when you keep house for Mr. Sherlock Holmes. And on that particular night, the unexpected had most certainly arrived, sitting in my kitchen in the form of a female spy caught in the act of burglary. What would follow I could only imagine, but I suspected my coal deliveries would never seem quite so ordinary again. Dawn found my kitchen in a most unusual state, where normally I would be alone with the comforting routine of breakfast preparation. I instead discovered Mr. Holmes still deep in conversation with our captured intruder. They sat at the kitchen table, a pot of coffee between them. My best blue willow pot, I noted with mild dismay, and a scatter of papers covered in what appeared to be codes or ciphers. Dr. Watson had apparently retired briefly, for he entered the kitchen looking somewhat refreshed, though still wearing yesterday's shirt. He nodded to me with his usual courtesy. "Good morning, Mrs. Hudson. I apologize for the disruption to your household." "Think nothing of it, Doctor," I replied, setting about preparing what promised to be a rather more complex breakfast than usual. "I trust our guest has been forthcoming." Miss Keller, if that was indeed her name, looked up with a wry smile. "Your landlady is remarkably composed for someone whose home has become the centre of an international incident, Mr. Holmes." "Mrs. Hudson's composure is one of her many admirable qualities," Mr. Holmes replied, not looking up from the papers, "along with her excellent breakfast, which I believe she is about to prepare." It was as close to a request as Mr. Holmes ever came, and I took it as such. While the gentlemen and their unusual guest continued their discussion in lowered voices, I set about preparing what Mr. Holmes had once referred to as an excellent breakfast. Eggs perfectly cooked, rashers crisp but not too crisp, toast golden and marmalade, my own, not the store-bought, served in the small crystal dish, reserved for special occasions. As I worked, I could not help but overhear fragments of their conversation, though they clearly endeavoured to keep their voices low. "The Austrian delegation would never have agreed," Miss Keller was saying, "unless they believed the documents were genuine," Mr. Holmes interjected, "which speaks to an inside source at the Foreign Office." "Blackwood," Dr. Watson suggested. "Perhaps, but I suspect someone higher up." Their voices dropped further, and I busied myself with the breakfast preparations, pretending not to have heard. Years of keeping house for Mr. Holmes had taught me the value of discretion, and when to appear less observant than I actually was. By the time I served breakfast, a proper one with the table properly laid, despite the unusual circumstances, Mr. Holmes appeared to have reached some sort of agreement with Miss Keller. The papers had been gathered and placed in his pocket, and both had the look of people who had negotiated to a mutually acceptable position. "Mrs. Hudson," Mr. Holmes said as I poured tea, "I must impose upon your hospitality even further. Miss Keller will need to remain here at Baker Street for the day, for her own safety as well as to assist with our investigation." I raised an eyebrow but nodded. "I assume she is no longer considered an intruder, then?" "More an informant," Mr. Holmes replied carefully. "Her role in this affair is more complex than it initially appeared." Miss Keller had the grace to look somewhat abashed. "I apologize for breaking into your home, Mrs. Hudson. Circumstances were pressing. Most circumstances that drive people to burglary are," I remarked dryly. "I trust you'll find the hospitality of 221B more pleasant when entering through the front door." This elicited a smile from Dr. Watson, and even a brief quirk of the lips from Mr. Holmes. Miss Keller inclined her head in acknowledgment. "There is another matter," Mr. Holmes continued. "We may have additional visitors today, some expected, others perhaps less so. I would like you to prepare the spare bedroom, if you would. We may need to accommodate someone overnight." "Very well, Mr. Holmes." I made a mental note to air the linens and dust the rarely used guest room. "Will there be anything else?" "Yes," he said, his expression turning serious. "Be cautious when answering the door today. Accept no deliveries without consulting me first, particularly from unfamiliar persons." "You believe we may be in some danger, then?" I asked, keeping my voice steady. "Let us say that the contents of your coal bin have become rather valuable to certain interested parties." Mr. Holmes sipped his tea. "Ah, excellent as always, Mrs. Hudson. Your breakfast table is an island of civilization in a sea of intrigue. After breakfast I set about my usual morning duties, though with a heightened awareness of every sound from the street outside. Mr. Holmes had taken Miss Keller up to the sitting-room, where they continued their discussions while Dr. Watson had gone out on some errand, promising to return shortly. I was in the midst of preparing the spare bedroom when I heard the front doorbell. Remembering Mr. Holmes's caution, I paused at the top of the stairs, listening as he descended to answer it himself. From my vantage point, I could see a young boy on the doorstep, not one of the irregulars, but a delivery boy I didn't recognize, bearing a small package. "Delivery for Mrs. Hudson," I heard him say. "Preserves, special order." Indeed, Mr. Holmes's tone was neutral, but I noted how he blocked the doorway, preventing the boy from seeing into the hall. I wasn't aware Mrs. Hudson had placed any such order. "Compliments of Barton's grocery, sir," the boy persisted. "Mr. Barton said she'd been asking after special preserves just yesterday." I had done no such thing, of course, and evidently Mr. Holmes knew it too. He examined the package without touching it. "Very well," he said after a moment. "I'll see if she receives it. Here's a penny for your trouble." The boy pocketed the coin and departed. Mr. Holmes closed the door, holding the package gingerly, as if it might contain something volatile. Perhaps, given recent events, it did. "Mrs. Hudson," he called, having spotted me on the stairs. "A mysterious delivery for you. One you did not order, I think." "I certainly did not," I confirmed, descending to join him in the hallway. "Mr. Barton would never send preserves without my specific request. He knows I make my own." Mr. Holmes nodded, clearly having expected this answer. As I thought, this is the next move in our little game. He held the package up to the light, examining its wrapping. "Let us see what our opponents have sent us, shall we?" He carried the package to the kitchen, where he placed it carefully on the table and began to unwrap it, using a penknife to delicately slice through the string and paper. Inside was a jar that did indeed appear to contain preserves, strawberry by the colour, with a neatly printed label reading Barton's Finest. "Curious," Mr. Holmes murmured, turning the jar to examine it from all angles. "It appears genuine enough. Yet I doubt very much that it contains merely preserved fruit." With careful movements he unscrewed the lid and peered inside. Using a clean spoon from the drawer, he probed gently at the contents. "Ah," he said suddenly, "here we have it." He extracted something from within the preserves, a small oilskin packet similar to the one he had found in the coal, though smaller. Another document cleverly concealed. He wiped the sticky preserves from the packet and set it aside without opening it. "Most interesting, they are returning what they believe was mistakenly delivered to us. A gesture of negotiation, perhaps. Or a trap of some kind," I suggested. Mr. Holmes glanced at me with approval. "Very astute, Mrs. Hudson. Indeed, this could be either an overture or a stratagem. The preserves themselves should be tested before anyone considers consuming them." He carefully rewrapped the oilskin packet in his handkerchief and pocketed it. "I believe this development warrants discussion with our guest. Would you be so good as to prepare some fresh tea? I suspect we may be in for a lengthy consultation." As I set the kettle to boil, Mr. Holmes returned upstairs, taking the mysterious jar with him. I heard the murmur of voices from the sitting-room above, occasionally rising in what seemed to be disagreement. Miss Keller's accented tones contrasted with Mr. Holmes's more measured cadence, though I could not make out the words themselves. The front door opened again, Dr. Watson returning from his errand, accompanied by the rattle of a hansom cab that quickly departed. His footsteps on the stairs were followed by a renewed burst of conversation from above. I was just arranging the tea tray when there came another ring at the door. Setting aside the teapot, I moved to answer it, remembering Mr. Holmes's caution. Through the side window I could see a man in the uniform of Parker's Dairy, our regular milkman, though this was not his usual delivery time. "Yes?" I inquired through the door, not opening it immediately. "Milk delivery, ma'am," came the reply. "Extra order for today." "I placed no extra order," I said firmly. "Our regular delivery came yesterday." There was a pause, then, "Mr. Holmes requested it, ma'am, said it was important." Now that was interesting. Mr. Holmes had said nothing to me about ordering extra milk. I stepped back from the door. "One moment, please," I called, then hurried upstairs to the sitting room. I found Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, and Miss Keller huddled around the jar of preserves, which had been emptied onto a plate. They looked up at my entrance. "Mrs. Hudson?" Mr. Holmes inquired, noting my concerned expression. "There's a milkman at the door claiming you ordered extra milk for today," I reported. I did not open the door. Mr. Holmes and Miss Keller exchanged a significant glance. "Excellent decision," he said, rising quickly. "That will be our friend Barker's associate, the coal merchant Wiggins observed yesterday. Watson, if you would be so good as to position yourself by the back entrance. Mrs. Hudson, please return to the kitchen, but stay well away from any windows. Miss Keller with me." They moved with the coordinated efficiency of people accustomed to dangerous situations. Dr. Watson retrieved his revolver from his coat pocket and moved quickly toward the kitchen stairs, while Miss Keller produced a small pistol from somewhere within her dress, a sight that would have shocked me more had the past 24 hours not already been so extraordinary. Mr. Holmes approached the front door with casual confidence, opening it just wide enough to address the supposed milkman. "Ah, the milk order," he said pleasantly. "I'm afraid there's been some confusion. We won't be needing it after all." From my position in the hallway, I could see the man's face change, his expression hardening. "Mr. Holmes," he said, dropping all pretense of being a milkman, "I believe you have something that belongs to my employer. If you're referring to the diplomatic documents concealed in coal and preserves, I'm afraid I must disappoint you," Mr. Holmes replied, still maintaining his calm demeanour. "Those are now in the safe keeping of those to whom they properly belong." The man's hand moved toward his coat pocket, but Mr. Holmes was faster. In one swift movement he flung the door wide open, revealing not just himself but Miss Keller standing beside him, her small pistol aimed steadily at the visitor. "I wouldn't," she said softly. "Heinrich is rather particular about who lives and who dies among his operatives. Failure would not endear you to him." The man froze, his hand halfway to his pocket. Behind him I noticed 2 more figures lingering near the area steps, reinforcements presumably, had his direct approach failed. "Now," Mr. Holmes continued conversationally, "you have a choice. You may depart immediately with a message for your employer, or you may attempt something rash and face the consequences. I should mention that my friend Dr. Watson, whom you may recall from his military service in Afghanistan, is covering your colleagues from the kitchen entrance. There was a tense silence as the man considered his options. Then, with obvious reluctance, he lowered his hand. "What message?" he asked tersely. "Tell Heinrich that the game has changed. The documents he seeks are no longer in play as he imagined. If he wishes to discuss terms, he may contact me directly, but no more of these charades with deliverymen and preserves. It's becoming rather tedious." The man's jaw tightened, but he nodded curtly. "He won't be pleased." "Few men are when their plans are disrupted," Mr. Holmes observed. "Good day to you." The door closed, and I heard the footsteps of the false milkman and his companions retreating down Baker Street. Mr. Holmes turned to Miss Keller with a raised eyebrow. "Heinrich?" he inquired. "Not a name you mentioned in our earlier discussions." She shrugged, tucking her pistol back into her dress pocket. "You didn't ask for his name? But yes, Heinrich Brenner, my former employer and the mastermind behind this particular operation, Austrian by birth, but his loyalties are flexible." "And yours?" Mr. Holmes asked pointedly. "Currently aligned with maintaining my continued existence," she replied with a hint of irony. "Heinrich does not reward failure, as I mentioned to our friend outside." Dr. Watson rejoined us in the hallway. His revolver now discreetly returned to his pocket. "They've gone," he confirmed, "though I suspect they won't go far." "No, indeed," Mr. Holmes agreed. "This was merely the opening gambit in what promises to be a complex negotiation." He turned to me. "Mrs. Hudson, I fear Baker Street may become rather more active than usual in the coming hours. It might be wise to postpone any non-essential household tasks. In other words, remain vigilant and prepare for further disruptions." I nodded my understanding. "I believe that tea is still waiting," I said practically, "and perhaps some refreshment might be in order after that encounter." "Always the voice of civilized reason, Mrs. Hudson," Mr. Holmes said with a slight smile. "Yes, tea would be most welcome. We have much to discuss before our next visitor arrives." "Another visitor?" I asked. "Are we expecting someone else?" "Indeed, I took the liberty of sending a telegram to a certain official at the Foreign Office this morning. He should be arriving shortly after noon, and his reaction to our discoveries will be most illuminating." As I returned to the kitchen to finish preparing the tea, I reflected on how thoroughly my orderly household had been upended in the space of a day, from missing preserves to international spies, from coal bins to diplomatic intrigue. It was rather more exciting than a landlady generally expects. Yet as I arranged the tea things on my best tray, I found myself rather remarkably composed. Perhaps years of living with Mr. Holmes had prepared me for such eventualities, or perhaps it was simply my nature to adapt to circumstances as they arose. Either way, I was determined to maintain standards. Baker Street might be under siege by foreign agents, but that was no reason for the tea to be improperly served. Well, as I always say, a good household runs on routine and adaptability in equal measure. And on that extraordinary morning, with preserves containing secret documents and milkmen carrying hidden weapons, adaptability was certainly the order of the day. Precisely at 12:30, the front doorbell rang once more. By this time, 221B Baker Street had taken on the atmosphere of a military headquarters preparing for battle. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson had spent the morning in intense consultation with Miss Keller, their voices occasionally rising in what sounded like disagreement before settling back into murmured conference. Telegrams had arrived at regular intervals, each bringing Mr. Holmes some new piece of information that he would share with the others, leading to fresh discussions and revised plans. I had been kept busy with a steady stream of requests, more coal to be brought up, examined piece by Mr. Holmes before being placed on the fire, additional tea and refreshments, and most curiously several household items that seemed entirely unrelated to diplomatic intrigue, a ball of twine from my kitchen drawer, several sheets of brown paper normally used for parcelling groceries, and my second-best mixing bowl. When the doorbell rang, I was in the kitchen preparing a light luncheon, having been informed by Mr. Holmes that his expected visitor from the Foreign Office would likely be staying through the meal. Mr. Holmes himself came down to answer the door, signalling me to remain out of sight. "Ah, Carruthers," I heard him say. "Punctual as always. Do come in. We have much to discuss." The visitor who entered was every inch the government official, tall, distinguished, with the kind of impeccable grooming that spoke of considerable means, and a valet with exacting standards. His greatcoat was of the finest wool, his hat clearly from Lock and Co., and his gloves of supple leather that had never seen a day's real work. He handed these outer garments to Mr. Holmes with the automatic assumption of someone accustomed to being attended to. "Holmes," he acknowledged with a curt nod. "Your telegram was most disturbing. You mentioned recovered documents." "Indeed," Mr. Holmes replied, hanging the coat with rather less ceremony than its owner might have preferred. "But first there is someone you should meet. Shall we go up?" I noticed that Mr. Holmes positioned himself slightly behind Carruthers as they ascended the stairs, his keen eyes never leaving the man's back. Something in his manner suggested he was not entirely trusting of this official visitor, despite having summoned him. Once they had disappeared upstairs, I continued with my luncheon preparations, creating a meal that would be both elegant and sustaining: cold sliced chicken with a mustard sauce, a salad of winter greens, freshly baked bread, and a selection of cheeses. I had just begun arranging these on serving platters when I heard raised voices from above. "This is outrageous." The voice was Carruthers, pitched high with indignation. "That woman is wanted by at least 3 governments. She cannot be trusted, Holmes. Surely you realize that." "I am well aware of Miss Keller's history," came Mr. Holmes's measured reply. "Nevertheless, her information has proven accurate thus far, and her current interests align with our own." "I must protest in the strongest possible terms. The Foreign Office cannot condone." "The Foreign Office," Mr. Holmes interrupted coldly, "has a great deal to explain about how these documents came to be circulating in London in the first place. Before you protest further, Carruthers, you might wish to examine this particular communication. Watson, if you would be so kind." There was a momentary silence, followed by what sounded like shuffling papers. Then Carruthers again, his tone dramatically altered. "Where did you get this? This is highly classified." "It was delivered to my landlady's kitchen," Mr. Holmes replied dryly. "Concealed in a jar of strawberry preserves, not precisely the secure diplomatic pouch one might expect for communications of this sensitivity." Another silence, longer this time. When Carruthers spoke again, his voice was subdued. "I see. This is most disturbing." "Indeed. Now, perhaps you might be willing to listen to Miss Keller's account of how these documents are being moved through London. I believe you'll find it illuminating." Their conversation continued in lower tones, no longer easily audible from the kitchen. I finished preparing the luncheon tray, adding a bottle of claret that I had been saving for a special occasion. International intrigue seemed to qualify. As I arranged everything on my best silver serving tray, Dr. Watson appeared in the kitchen doorway. "Mrs. Hudson, Holmes asks if luncheon might be served now." Our guest appears to have developed an appetite for cooperation after examining the documents. "Of course, Doctor," I replied, lifting the heavy tray, "though I may need some assistance with the wine and glasses." "Allow me," he said, stepping forward to take the additional items. As we climbed the stairs together, he spoke in a low voice. "Carruthers has quite changed his tune. It seems one of the documents implicates someone highly placed in the Foreign Office, someone who has been deliberately leaking sensitive information." "Not Mr. Carruthers himself?" I asked quietly. Dr. Watson shook his head. "No, though Holmes suspected him briefly. Rather, it appears to be his superior, Lord Hartington. The evidence is quite damning, according to Miss Keller." We entered the sitting room to find a scene of remarkable transformation. Mr. Carruthers, who had arrived so full of official indignation, now sat in an attitude of pronounced discomfort, his complexion rather pale, as he examined a series of papers spread before him. Mr. Holmes stood by the window, apparently deep in thought, while Miss Keller occupied my usual chair by the fire, looking remarkably composed for someone who had been described as wanted by at least 3 governments. "Ah, luncheon," Mr. Holmes said, turning from his contemplation of Baker Street below. "Excellent timing, Mrs. Hudson. I believe our discussion has reached a natural pause." I set the tray on the cleared table and began to distribute plates and utensils with practiced efficiency. Mr. Carruthers watched my movements with the distracted air of a man whose world has been significantly unsettled. "Your landlady seems remarkably unperturbed by all this, Holmes," he observed. "Does she often find herself serving luncheon to foreign agents and government officials in the midst of diplomatic crises?" "Mrs. Hudson," Mr. Holmes replied, accepting the plate I handed him, "has an exceptional capacity for adapting to unusual circumstances. It is one of her many admirable qualities, along with her discretion and her excellent cold chicken." I inclined my head slightly at this rare compliment. "Will there be anything else, Mr. Holmes?" "Yes, Mrs. Hudson. Please join us." This unexpected invitation caused all heads to turn. I paused, certain I had misheard. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Holmes." "Join us for luncheon," he repeated. "You are an integral part of this investigation, and I believe your perspective will be valuable in our discussion." Mr. Carruthers looked scandalized at the notion of dining with the landlady, but wisely held his peace. Dr. Watson, ever the gentleman, immediately rose to pull out a chair for me, while Miss Keller regarded me with newfound interest. "Yes, do join us, Mrs. Hudson," she said, with a smile that transformed her severe features. "I believe we share the experience of being underestimated by men in positions of authority, a circumstance that can be turned to advantage, as you have no doubt discovered." Somewhat reluctantly, I took the offered seat. It was most irregular, but then everything about the past 2 days had been decidedly outside the realm of normal household management. "Now," said Mr. Holmes, once we were all seated and served, "let us review what we know. Documents of significant diplomatic sensitivity have been smuggled through London using a most ingenious method, disguised as ordinary coal and preserved fruits, delivered through regular household channels. He took a bite of chicken, nodded appreciation, and continued. These documents contain communications that would be most embarrassing to certain parties if they became public, communications suggesting improper relationships between British officials and foreign powers. The question is, who benefits from their circulation? Heinrich Brenner is merely a middleman, Miss Keller offered. He works for whoever pays most handsomely, with no particular loyalty to nation or cause. And his current employer, Mr. Holmes prompted. Miss Keller hesitated, glancing at Mr. Carruthers. That remains unclear. There are several possibilities. The Russians have shown interest, as have certain German factions, but my suspicion lies with a group within your own government, Mr. Carruthers. Those who would benefit from Lord Hartington's disgrace. Mr. Carruthers set down his fork with a sharp click against fine china. That is the most serious accusation, madam. What evidence supports such a claim? The precision of the document selection, she replied evenly. Only someone intimately familiar with British Foreign Office operations would know exactly which communications to target. The documents taken are not merely sensitive, they are specifically damaging to Lord Hartington and his policies regarding continental alliances. Mr. Holmes nodded, his expression thoughtful. Mrs. Hudson, you mentioned that Davies, your coal man, told you the coal was from a different merchant than usual. When precisely was that? The sudden question caught me off guard, but I thought back to my coal ledger. 2 weeks ago, Tuesday, Mr. Holmes. He said there had been supply problems with the regular colliery, and the first pantry disturbance occurred shortly thereafter, Mr. Holmes noted, followed by similar incidents throughout the neighbourhood. He turned to Mr. Carruthers. When did the first document go missing from the Foreign Office? According to our records, 12 days ago, Mr. Carruthers admitted reluctantly, though we only became aware of the breach when copies began circulating among certain diplomatic circles 3 days later. And Lord Hartington's position on the Austrian trade agreement was scheduled to be announced when? Mr. Holmes pressed. Next week, Mr. Carruthers replied, his expression darkening with understanding, which would be effectively undermined if these documents were to become public beforehand. Precisely. Mr. Holmes leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers in that characteristic gesture of his. Now we come to the matter of the preserves. Mrs. Hudson, your pantry was searched most thoroughly, yet the intruders took only preserves and honey. Why those specific items? I considered the question, recalling my neat pantry shelves. The preserves were in glass jars, I said slowly, thinking it through. Clear glass so one could see the contents, and they were sealed with wax, making them airtight. Excellent observations, Mr. Holmes approved. Perfect containers for concealing small items that must be kept dry and visible for verification. The honey jar, being amber glass, would conceal documents while keeping them preserved in the thick medium. But why take them from Mrs. Hudson's pantry? Dr. Watson asked. If they were meant as hiding places, why remove them? Because, Mr. Holmes replied, they were not meant to be hidden in Mrs. Hudson's pantry at all. They were intended for another location entirely, likely the house on Dorset Street that Wiggins was observing. A mix-up in deliveries brought them here instead. So the pantry break-ins throughout the neighbourhood, I began, were searches for misplaced document containers, Mr. Holmes confirmed. The operation was disrupted when several deliveries went astray. The different parties involved have been scrambling to recover their materials ever since. Miss Keller nodded. Heinrich was most distressed when the first exchanges failed to occur as planned. He has a reputation for perfect execution to maintain. Mr. Carruthers had been following this exchange with increasing alarm. Holmes, if what you're suggesting is true, if there is indeed a faction within the Foreign Office deliberately undermining Lord Hartington, then this goes beyond mere diplomatic embarrassment. This is treason. A strong word, Carruthers, but not inaccurate. Mr. Holmes set aside his plate and rose, moving to the mantelpiece where he extracted his pipe from the Persian slipper. The question now becomes, how do we prove it? And more immediately, how do we respond to Heinrich Brenner's operatives, who are undoubtedly watching Baker Street at this very moment? As if summoned by his words, there came the sound of the front doorbell. We all fell silent, exchanging glances. Mr. Holmes motioned for Dr. Watson to go to the window, while he himself moved to the door. "Mrs. Hudson, would you be so good as to answer that?" he asked quietly. "But first accept this." He handed me a small object. A whistle, I realized. One sharp blast if you feel threatened in any way. I tucked the whistle into my pocket and descended the stairs, conscious of the others listening intently above. At the door stood a messenger boy in the familiar uniform of the telegraph office, cap in hand. "Telegram for Mr. Holmes, ma'am," he said, offering the yellow envelope. I examined him carefully, looking for any signs of deception, but he appeared to be a genuine telegram. Messenger, young, freckled, with ink-stained fingers and the harried look of someone with many more deliveries to make. I accepted the telegram and gave him the customary penny tip. Returning upstairs, I handed the telegram to Mr. Holmes, who opened it immediately, scanned its contents, and passed it to Dr. Watson with a significant look. "It appears our friend Heinrich is ready to negotiate," he announced. "He proposes a meeting at 7 o'clock this evening, here at Baker Street." "Here?" Mr. Carruthers looked alarmed. "Surely that's inadvisable, Holmes. The man is a known operative for foreign powers." "Precisely why Baker Street is the perfect location," Mr. Holmes replied calmly. "Neutral ground, yet territory where we hold certain advantages. Besides, I suspect Heinrich already has this house under surveillance. We merely formalize what is already occurring." He turned to Miss Keller. "Will he come himself, do you think?" She considered this. "Not initially. He will send a representative first to assess the situation. If satisfied, he might join later." As I thought, Mr. Holmes began to pace, his movement suggesting a surge of energy. "Watson, we shall need to make certain preparations. Carruthers, you will return to the Foreign Office and say nothing of what we've discussed. Your surprise when certain facts come to light must appear genuine. You're setting a trap," Carruthers realized, "using these documents as bait." In a manner of speaking, Mr. Holmes smiled thinly, though who is trapping whom remains to be seen. "Miss Keller, I shall require your continued cooperation. Your knowledge of Heinrich's methods will be invaluable." "And what of me, Mr. Holmes?" I asked, feeling I should understand my role in whatever was to unfold in my own home. "Mrs. Hudson, your part is perhaps the most crucial of all." He replied seriously, "You will go about your normal evening routine, preparing supper, tending to the household as usual. Your coal bin will remain accessible, though under our discreet observation, and you will serve us tea at precisely 6:30. tea, I echoed, somewhat confused by the mundane nature of this instruction amidst talk of traps and international operatives. Indeed, with your best service, if you would. Appearances must be maintained. His grey eyes held mine for a moment. Heinrich Brenner appreciates the finer points of civilization, I'm told. We shall receive him with all the courtesy due a guest, even as we dismantle his operation. The remainder of the afternoon passed in a flurry of preparations, some of which I was privy to, others conducted behind the closed door of the sitting-room. Mr. Holmes sent and received no fewer than 7 telegrams, dispatched Wiggins and the irregulars on various errands, and at one point had Dr. Watson retrieve his chemistry set from the shelf. I went about my duties with as much normality as possible, though I found myself checking the street through windows more often than usual, always half expecting to see suspicious figures watching the house. Twice I glimpsed men who seemed too interested in 221B, one lingering by the lamp-post opposite, another passing by repeatedly while pretending to read a newspaper. By 6 o'clock the house had taken on a strange dual nature, outwardly calm and ordinary, inwardly tense and prepared for confrontation. I had laid a fire in the sitting-room, arranged fresh candles in the sconces, and prepared a cold supper that could be served at any time, regardless of how the evening's events unfolded. As instructed, at precisely 6:30, I carried up my best tea service, the silver teapot that had been my mother's, the fine-bone china cups with their delicate blue pattern, and a plate of freshly baked shortbread that I had prepared that afternoon. The familiar ritual of setting out the tea things had a calming effect, bringing a sense of order to what promised to be a most irregular evening. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, and Miss Keller were arrayed about the sitting-room in what appeared to be carefully considered positions. Mr. Holmes stood by the fireplace, Mr. Watson near the door, and Miss Keller by the window, though she moved away as I entered. Mr. Carruthers had departed hours earlier, bound for the Foreign Office, with specific instructions from Mr. Holmes. "Ah, Mrs. Hudson, excellent," Mr. Holmes said as I arranged the tea tray. "Our guests will be arriving shortly. We shall receive them here, I think." "Guests, Mr. Holmes?" I inquired, noting the plural. "Heinrich Brenner will not come alone," he explained. "And we too shall have additional company. Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard should be arriving momentarily, along with a small contingent of his most trusted officers." "The police?" Miss Keller looked distinctly uncomfortable at this information. "You didn't mention this aspect of your plan, Mr. Holmes." "Did I not?" he replied mildly. "A regrettable oversight. Rest assured your cooperation has been noted and will be taken into consideration, provided, of course, that you continue to play your part this evening." The look that passed between them suggested a complex negotiation that had occurred out of my hearing. Miss Keller's lips tightened, but she nodded curtly. "I gave my word," she said simply. "Indeed you did." Mr. Holmes turned back to me. "Mrs. Hudson, when Inspector Lestrade arrives, please show him up directly. When Mr. Brenner and his associates come, announce them as you would any visitor. Then bring up the additional refreshments I mentioned earlier." The additional refreshments referred to a tray of glasses and spirits that Mr. Holmes had asked me to prepare, brandy for himself and Dr. Watson, and a particular bottle of claret that he had specified should be opened and allowed to breathe precisely 30 minutes before serving. The doorbell rang at 10 minutes to 7, Inspector Lestrade arriving ahead of our other expected visitors, I showed him up to the sitting room, where he greeted Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson with his usual mixture of respect and mild exasperation. "This is highly irregular, Mr. Holmes," he said, after being briefed on the situation, "inviting suspected foreign agents into your home rather than arranging for their arrest." "We need more than suspicion, Lestrade," Mr. Holmes replied. "We need proof of their connections within the British government. Tonight's meeting should provide that proof, if all goes according to plan." The inspector's sceptical expression suggested limited faith in Mr. Holmes's plan, but he took up his position in Dr. Watson's bedroom, from which he could observe the sitting room through the partially open door. 2 additional officers were stationed at the back entrance to the house, while another waited in a hansom cab across the street, ready to follow anyone who might depart hastily. At precisely 7 o'clock, the front doorbell rang again. I answered it to find 3 men on the step. A tall, distinguished gentleman of perhaps 50 years with a neatly trimmed silver beard, a younger man with the hard eyes and watchful manner of a bodyguard, and a third, scholarly-looking individual carrying a dispatch case. "Good evening," the silver-bearded man said in accented but impeccable English. "I believe Mr. Holmes is expecting us. My name is Heinrich Brenner." "Of course, sir," I replied, maintaining the facade of ordinary household routine. "Please come in. May I take your coats?" As I assisted them with their outer garments, I noticed that the bodyguard kept one hand inside his jacket, no doubt resting on a concealed weapon. The scholarly man clutched his dispatch case as if it contained crown jewels, his knuckles white with tension. "Mr. Holmes and his party are upstairs in the sitting room," I informed them, leading the way. "May I bring you some refreshment after your journey? Perhaps some brandy or claret?" "Most kind," Brenner replied, his eyes taking in every detail of the hallway and stairs as we ascended. "Claret would be most welcome. It is a cold evening." I showed them into the sitting room, performing the introductions as formally as if this were a social call rather than a confrontation between operatives in an international intrigue. "Mr. Heinrich Brenner and Associates, sir," I announced to Mr. Holmes. "Ah, Mr. Brenner," Mr. Holmes said, rising from his chair with perfect composure. "Thank you for accepting my invitation. Please be seated. Mrs. Hudson will bring refreshments directly." I withdrew to fetch the tray of drinks I had prepared earlier, noting as I left how carefully everyone had positioned themselves, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson near the fireplace, Miss Keller slightly to one side, and the 3 visitors taking seats that gave them clear views of both the door and window. It was, in its way, a perfectly choreographed tableau of mutual distrust. When I returned with the drinks tray, the conversation had already turned to business, though couched in the most civilized terms. "You have something that belongs to me, I believe," Brenner was saying, "a series of documents that went astray during transport. And you have something that belongs to the British government," Mr. Holmes replied. "Information about who within that government has been supplying you with these documents." I distributed the drinks as they spoke. Brandy for Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, claret for our visitors, as requested. As I handed Brenner his glass, I noticed a curious ring on his right hand, platinum set with a distinctive green stone. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Mr. Holmes said as I completed my task. "That will be all for now." I withdrew to the landing, closing the sitting-room door behind me, but remaining within earshot, as Mr. Holmes had instructed me earlier. From my position I could hear the conversation continue, now with a sharper edge, as pleasantries gave way to negotiation. "My client values discretion above all," Brenner was saying. "The documents must be returned, with no questions asked about their origin or destination." "Impossible," Mr. Holmes replied flatly. "The documents have already been copied and secured. Their contents are known to certain parties who would take great interest in how such sensitive information came to be circulating in London." There was a momentary silence, broken by the clink of a glass being set down. "Then it seems we are at an impasse, Mr. Holmes," Brenner said, his tone hardening, "which is unfortunate, as I had hoped to resolve this matter amicably." "Not necessarily an impasse," Mr. Holmes countered. "I propose an alternative arrangement, one that might satisfy both our interests. The documents themselves are of limited value now that their contents are known. What remains valuable is the information about who supplied them." Another silence, longer this time. I imagined Brenner weighing his options, perhaps exchanging glances with his associates. "Go on," he said finally. "You provide me with the name of your contact in the Foreign Office," Mr. Holmes proposed. "In return, I ensure that your role in this affair remains, shall we say, confidential. You leave London tonight. Your operation here concluded, but your professional reputation intact. And if I decline this generous offer, then Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard, who is currently listening from the next room, will arrest you and your associates on charges of espionage. The documents found in Mrs. Hudson's coal bin and preserves will serve as evidence. Your diplomatic connections may eventually secure your release, but not before considerable damage to your organization and methods." The tension that followed this revelation was palpable even through the closed door. I heard quick movements, the scrape of chairs, and Dr. Watson's voice saying sharply, "I wouldn't advise that, sir." Then Brenner again, his accent more pronounced with emotion. "You play a dangerous game, Mr. Holmes." "As do you, Mr. Brenner. The difference is that I currently hold the better cards." What happened next occurred with such speed that I had little time to react. The sitting-room door burst open as Brenner's bodyguard emerged, his hand now openly holding a pistol. He looked startled to find me still on the landing, but recovered quickly, grabbing my arm with his free hand. "You will come with me," he hissed, pulling me toward the stairs. I remembered the whistle in my pocket and managed to extract it, bringing it to my lips for one sharp blast before the man knocked it away. The sound, however brief, was enough to alert those inside the sitting-room. "Mrs. Hudson," Dr. Watson's voice called sharply. The bodyguard was halfway down the stairs, dragging me with him, when Inspector Lestrade appeared at the top of the landing, his own weapon drawn. "Police, stop where you are," he commanded. The man hesitated for only a fraction of a second before making his decision. He released my arm, leapt the remaining stairs to the hallway, and bolted for the front door. It opened before he reached it, revealing 2 uniformed constables who had been stationed outside. The bodyguard's momentum carried him directly into their waiting arms. Inside the sitting-room, a similar drama had unfolded. By the time Inspector Lestrade and I returned, Brenner and his scholarly associate were both restrained, Brenner by Dr. Watson, who had the man's arm twisted behind his back in a most effective manner, and the associate by Mr. Holmes himself, who had apparently relieved the man of his dispatch case in the process. "Are you hurt, Mrs. Hudson?" Mr. Holmes asked, his eyes quickly assessing me for injury. "Not at all," I assured him, straightening my apron with as much dignity as I could muster, "though I believe I shall need to prepare more tea, as the currant pot has likely gone cold during all this excitement." A flicker of amusement crossed Mr. Holmes's face, despite the tension of the moment. "Always practical, Mrs. Hudson. But perhaps the tea can wait until Inspector Lestrade has secured our visitors." As Lestrade and his men took charge of the 3 intruders, Mr. Holmes opened the dispatch case that had been so carefully guarded. Inside were several documents and a small leather-bound book that he examined with evident satisfaction. "Just as I thought," he murmured. "The code book for their Foreign Office communications, and better still, records of payments, including several to our friend Carruthers." "Carruthers?" Dr. Watson exclaimed. "But I thought it was Lord Hartington who was implicated." "A clever misdirection," Mr. Holmes replied. "Carruthers himself was the source of the leaks, using his position to access documents that would damage Lord Hartington if made public. He sought to discredit his superior and advance his own position, selling out his country in the process." "But you sent Carruthers back to the Foreign Office this afternoon," I pointed out, remembering Mr. Holmes's instructions to the man. "Indeed I did, Mrs. Hudson, directly into the arms of another Scotland Yard detective who has likely arrested him by now. I suspected Carruthers from the moment he expressed such alarm at the possibility of an internal faction working against Lord Hartington. His concern was too perfect, his surprise too rehearsed." Mr. Holmes turned to Brenner, who was watching this exchange with a mixture of anger and resignation. "And you, sir, have been most helpful in confirming my suspicions, albeit unwittingly." "How so?" Brenner asked stiffly. Mr. Holmes held up the small book. "This record shows regular payments to C at the Foreign Office, but more tellingly, it was your ring that confirmed it." "My ring?" Brenner glanced down at the platinum and green stone on his right hand. "A gift from Carruthers, I believe. He wears its match, a rather distinctive design from a small jeweller in Vienna. Miss Keller recognized it immediately when I described it to her earlier today." Miss Keller, who had remained remarkably quiet throughout the confrontation, now stepped forward. A sentimental error on Heinrich's part. He normally avoids such personal connections with his clients. Brenner's expression darkened. "Your loyalty is as changeable as ever, Margot." "Self-preservation, Heinrich," she corrected. "Something you taught me well." As Inspector Lestrade prepared to remove the prisoners, Mr. Holmes drew him aside for a brief, intense conversation that I could not overhear. Whatever was said, it resulted in Lestrade nodding reluctantly before leading Brenner and his scholarly associate away. The bodyguard had already been removed to the waiting police carriage outside. Curiously, Miss Keller was not taken with them. "An arrangement, Mrs. Hudson," Mr. Holmes explained, noting my questioning look after the others had gone. "Miss Keller's cooperation has earned her a certain latitude. She will be leaving England tonight, under Watson's escort to ensure her departure, but not in police custody." "A practical compromise," I observed. "Indeed." Mr. Holmes looked weary, but satisfied as he sank into his chair. "And now, Mrs. Hudson, I believe that tea would be most welcome after all. The case of the locked pantry is concluded, though its implications will resonate through Whitehall for some time to come. As I went to prepare fresh tea, I reflected on the extraordinary series of events that had transformed my orderly household into the setting for international intrigue. From missing preserves to diplomatic secrets, from coal bins to Foreign Office traitors, it had been a journey I could never have anticipated when I first noticed those jars disturbed in my pantry. Yet as I measured tea leaves into the pot, 2 spoons for Mr. Holmes, who preferred it strong after a case concluded, I found myself rather remarkably composed about it all. Perhaps years at Baker Street had prepared me for such eventualities, or perhaps it was simply that even the most extraordinary circumstances eventually find their place in the rhythm of a well-managed household. Either way, I was not entirely sorry to see the back of Heinrich Brenner and his associates. Their presence had disrupted my pantry organization most inconveniently, and no one, not even an international operative, should come between a landlady and her properly arranged preserves. The morning after Heinrich Brenner's arrest dawned clear and cold, with a pale winter sun illuminating Baker Street through a light mist. I rose early, as is my custom, though I confess to feeling the effects of the previous day's excitement more keenly than I might have admitted to my lodgers. There is something particularly exhausting about international intrigue, especially when it occurs in one's own kitchen. Mr. Holmes had retired late, the soft notes of his violin drifting down the stairs well past midnight, not the frenzied scraping that often signalled his restlessness, but rather thoughtful, melodic passages that suggested a mind at peace with a problem solved. Dr. Watson had not returned from escorting Miss Keller to her departure from England, though a telegram had arrived, confirming the task complete. The house felt almost unnervingly normal as I prepared breakfast, as if the extraordinary events of the past few days had been nothing but a peculiar dream. The coal in my scuttle was just coal again, not a potential hiding place for diplomatic secrets. The preserves in my newly reorganized pantry were merely fruit suspended in sugar, not clandestine message containers. The kitchen was once more my domain, rather than a battlefield in an international espionage operation. I had just set the kettle to boil when I heard Mr. Holmes's distinctive tread on the stairs, earlier than his usual appearance, suggesting he too felt the need to restore normal routines after our adventure. "Good morning, Mrs. Hudson," he said, appearing in the kitchen doorway. He was already dressed, though his cravat was tied with less precision than usual. "I trust you slept well despite yesterday's excitement." "Well enough, thank you, Mr. Holmes," I replied, setting out the teapot, though I confess I checked the lock on my pantry twice before retiring. A brief smile crossed his face. "A reasonable precaution, though. I believe your preserves are safe from foreign agents for the foreseeable future." He accepted the cup of tea I offered. "I've taken the liberty of sending a message to Davies the coalman. He will be making a delivery later today. Genuine coal this time, from his regular supplier." "That's most considerate, Mr. Holmes." I began preparing his breakfast tray, though I must say this case has left me with rather more questions than answers. "Such as," he prompted, leaning against the doorframe with his tea. "Well, for one, how did the documents come to be in my coal and preserved specifically? Surely there are more direct methods of passing secret information. Mr. Holmes nodded approvingly at the question. The method was actually quite ingenious in its simplicity. Regular household deliveries are virtually invisible. Coal, groceries, milk arrive at thousands of homes daily without attracting the slightest notice. By hiding documents within these ordinary items, Brenner's organization could move sensitive materials throughout London with minimal risk. But why my house in particular? That was mere coincidence or misfortune, depending on one's perspective. Mr. Holmes sipped his tea. Your address was similar to their intended destination, 221B Baker Street, instead of 212B Barker Street. A simple error in labelling resulted in your receiving coal and preserves meant for one of Brenner's agents. And the pantry break-ins throughout the neighbourhood? Once they realised their mistake, they began searching methodically through houses in the area that received deliveries from the same sources. The preserves were particularly concerning to them, as they contained the most damaging documents. He set down his cup. Your decision to mention the disturbance to me accelerated matters considerably. Had you simply replaced your missing preserves without comment, the affair might have continued undetected for weeks. I found this rather unsettling. The thought that my ordinary household might have remained unwittingly entangled in espionage had I not noticed the pantry disruption or chosen to mention it to Mr. Holmes. And Mr. Carruthers? I asked, remembering the Foreign Office official who had proven to be at the centre of the treachery. Currently enjoying the hospitality of Scotland Yard, Mr. Holmes replied with satisfaction. The evidence from Brenner's dispatch case was quite damning. Records of payments, coded messages, even specific instructions for document selection. Lord Hartington has been informed of his subordinate's betrayal, and is, I understand, both relieved and disturbed by the revelation. As I arranged toast, eggs and rashers on the breakfast tray, a thought occurred to me. Mr. Holmes, those documents, they never left my house, did they? Even when the preserves were taken, they remained hidden in the coal. Precisely, Mrs. Hudson. Mr. Holmes's eyes gleamed with approval. The most critical documents were concealed in the coal delivery, specifically in those odd-shaped pieces that seemed just slightly different from the rest. When Brenner's agents couldn't locate them in your pantry, they began to consider other possibilities. The false milkman was almost certainly here to investigate your coal bin. And Miss Keller, what becomes of her now? A shadow crossed Mr. Holmes's face. Miss Keller is a professional of a particular sort, one who changes allegiance as circumstances dictate. She provided valuable assistance in this case, but I harbour no illusions about her motives. By now, she will be on a steamer bound for the continent, where I imagine she will find new employment in similar circles. You let her go, I observed. Neither question nor accusation, merely a statement of fact. I made a bargain, he corrected. Information in exchange for leniency. The greater threat was Brenner and his network, particularly their connection to Carruthers. Miss Keller was merely a skilled operative following orders. He picked up the morning paper that had been delivered while we spoke. Ah, I see the Foreign Office has already begun damage control. No mention of Carruthers's arrest, merely an announcement of his unexpected retirement due to health concerns. The front doorbell rang, interrupting our conversation. I moved to answer it, still marvelling at how quickly affairs of international importance could be reduced to discreet paragraphs in the morning paper or, more often, no public acknowledgement at all. Dr. Watson stood on the doorstep, looking tired but satisfied. "Good morning, Mrs. Hudson. I trust all is well." "Quite well, Doctor," I assured him, taking his hat and coat. "Mr. Holmes is in the kitchen. I was just preparing breakfast." "Excellent timing, Watson," Mr. Holmes called. "Mrs. Hudson has been asking the most perceptive questions about the case. I believe she deserves a full accounting, don't you?" And so it was that I found myself sitting at my own kitchen table with my 2 lodgers, enjoying a breakfast that I had intended to serve upstairs, while Dr. Watson recounted his overnight adventure escorting Miss Keller to Dover and ensuring her departure on the first mail packet to Calais. "She seemed almost regretful to leave," he reported, helping himself to more toast. "Said something about London being more interesting than she'd expected. No doubt she found our methods novel compared to continental approaches," Mr. Holmes remarked. "Did she mention her next destination?" Dr. Watson shook his head. "She was remarkably close-minded about that, though she did ask me to convey her regards to Mrs. Hudson. Said she admired your composure under pressure." I felt an unexpected flush of pride at this compliment from a woman who, whatever her moral complications, was clearly formidable in her own right. "High praise indeed, Mrs. Hudson," Mr. Holmes said with a hint of amusement. "Not many landladies can claim the professional respect of international operatives, nor would most wish to," I replied practically. "I should be quite content if my pantry remains free of diplomatic intrigue in the future." "A reasonable desire," Mr. Holmes agreed, "though I suspect Baker Street will never be entirely free from unusual occurrences while I remain in residence." "I've made my peace with that long ago, Mr. Holmes," I assured him. "Bullet marks in the walls and chemicals on the furniture are one thing. They're confined to your rooms after all. But I do draw the line at foreign agents tampering with my preserves." This prompted a genuine laugh from both gentlemen, dispelling the last of the tension that had lingered from our adventure. As we finished breakfast, the conversation turned to more ordinary matters: the cold weather, an interesting case mentioned in the morning paper, and my plans for restocking the pantry that had been at the centre of our mystery. Later that morning, Davies arrived with the promised coal delivery, looking somewhat abashed as Mr. Holmes personally supervised the unloading. "Begging your pardon, Mrs. Hudson," he said, hat in hand. "Mr. Holmes explained about the mix-up with that last delivery. Never would have brought it had I known it was irregular-like." "No harm done in the end, Mr. Davies," I assured him, though this was perhaps stretching the truth somewhat. "Though I would appreciate your usual attention to quality in the future." "Yes, of course, only the best Northumberland for 221B from now on, I promise you." He hesitated, then added in a lower voice, "Is it true what they're saying down at the yard? That there were government secrets hidden in the coal?" "I couldn't possibly comment on such rumours, Mr. Davies," I replied, with what I hoped was appropriate discretion, "though I would suggest you verify the source of all your deliveries most carefully in the future." He nodded vigorously, clearly taking this as confirmation, and departed with an air of a man who would have quite a tale to tell his fellows at the coal yard, albeit one that would likely grow with each retelling until the hidden documents became crown jewels or some such nonsense. The remainder of the day passed in blessed normality. I restocked my pantry with fresh supplies from the market, arranged for a locksmith to install a new and more secure lock on the pantry door, at Mr. Holmes's insistence and expense, and balanced my household accounts, noting with some satisfaction that Mr. Holmes had indeed made good on his promise to replace my missing preserves with jars from Fortnum and Mason, an extravagance I would never have indulged in myself. By evening, 221B Baker Street had largely returned to its usual state, extraordinary in its own way, with Mr. Holmes's chemical experiments bubbling in the sitting-room and Dr. Watson typing up notes for what he was already referring to as The Adventure of the Diplomatic Preserves, a title, Mr. Holmes declared, sensationalist, but not entirely inaccurate. As I prepared the evening meal, I found myself reflecting on the curious path that had led from a simple pantry disturbance to international intrigue, and back again to domestic tranquillity. There was something almost comical about it. Preserves and coal at the centre of affairs that could have altered the course of European diplomacy, yet wasn't that often the way of things. The greatest matters sometimes turn on the smallest details, overlooked by everyone except those trained to see significance in the seemingly mundane. Mr. Holmes had once told a client that there is nothing so important as trifles, and our pantry mystery had certainly proven the wisdom of that observation. My orderly household management, so often taken for granted, had provided the first clue that something was amiss, and my careful coal ledger had helped establish the timeline of the entire operation. When I carried up the supper tray that evening, I found Mr. Holmes by the window, his violin tucked under his chin, but momentarily silent as he gazed out at Baker Street below. He turned as I entered, setting the instrument aside. "Ah, Mrs. Hudson, just in time. Watson and I were discussing the curious role of domestic arrangements in criminal investigations." He gestured toward the table where Dr. Watson sat with paper and pen. "I was just observing that landladies often see more than they are given credit for." "We're part of the furniture, Mr. Holmes," I replied, setting down the tray. Present but rarely noticed, as I mentioned before, it gives us a certain perspective. "A valuable one," he acknowledged. "This case might never have been solved without your observations. The diplomatic consequences could have been severe had those documents reached their intended recipients." "I'm glad to have been of service," I said simply, beginning to distribute the plates, "though I would prefer any future cases to originate somewhere other than my pantry." "I shall do my best to accommodate that preference, Mrs. Hudson," Mr. Holmes replied with a rare smile, "though I make no promises about the chemical stains on the sitting-room carpet." Some battles, I decided, were simply not worth fighting. A detective with Mr. Holmes's unique habits would always present certain challenges to household management. But as I returned to my kitchen, leaving the gentlemen to their meal and their discussion, I felt a quiet satisfaction in knowing that my role at 221B Baker Street extended beyond merely providing rooms and meals. In my own modest way, I had contributed to unravelling a mystery and preventing a diplomatic disaster. My pantry would henceforth hold not only preserves and provisions, but also the secret satisfaction of having been for one remarkable week the centre of an international intrigue. Well, as I always say, expect the unexpected when you keep house for Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and whatever unexpected adventures might still lie ahead, I would face them with the same practical approach that had served me well through bullet holes in the walls, chemical experiments on the furniture, and now diplomatic documents in the coal bin. After all, at the end of the day, order must be maintained, meals must be served, and life at Baker Street must continue, mysterious intruders and foreign agents notwithstanding. It is the landlady's job to ensure that some things at least remain dependable in an undependable world. And speaking of dependable things, it was time to check my ledger and begin planning tomorrow's marketing. The excitement might be over, but household management, like crime and international intrigue, never truly stops. It merely changes form from one day to the next.